Chill vibes tonight, chill vibes tonight. Laid back life, laid back. No stress, no fight, no stress, no fight. Throwing parts together, throwing parts. Crafting all night, get ready to build. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right. Chill vibes tonight. Chill vibes tonight. Laid back life. No stress, no fight. No stress, no fight. Throwing parts together. Crafting all night. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right.
Oh, hey, not yet. Good morning and greetings. Little morning Sunday fumble. Starting a couple minutes late this morning on this Sunday, June the 15th, 2025. I got about 3 minutes after the 10 a.m. hour. And it's early, so expect a little slow roll in hopefully today. I think Enra Silver's on, probably doing some building or some No Man's Sky, so people probably over there watching. Enra, good community member. Go check him out. Double tap tap. What's going on? What was I doing? I lost my momentum here this morning. That's how. Yeah, I need more coffee. I was looking over at my other screen and I got lost. All right. Good morning. Sunday morning. Like I said, it is a little after 10 a.m. At least from where I'm sitting. I know some of you are still sitting out there in the past and some are even in the future, but whatever present you happen to be in while you're watching this, I hope it's going good. A little slow roll on this Sunday. Got all confused. Forgot to do something else. I got to do that too. All right. So no word on any new patches. I was kind of hoping we might hear something about that, but nothing. So if anybody knows of anything that is going on with patches, please let me know. Because we do know that the building mechanic is still kind of broken. And while I can still play it, I would like for it to be the way it should be. You know what I mean? It would be nice. My goodness, and happy Father's Day to all of you out there. My goodness. All you parental units. Exactly, double tap. Thank you. Like I said, past couple of weeks, my brain has been in loop-to-loop mode. So, yeah. My apologies. Happy Father's Day. Which I will have to call my father later on. My pop. Ooh, I wonder if I should have done that instead. Damn it. I should have. Darn it. Flurb it. Flurg it. Darn it. Flurb it. Darn it. Actually, you know what? I'm going to leave those. Actually, because I want to do... Alright, now in order to do that, I gotta do the boring stuff. Alright, let's go here. Steve Hornsby. Alright. I'm laughing with you, but we try to avoid any political things here just because everyone has their own opinion and I don't want to start issues. The world is crazy enough right now, but this is about relaxing and chill and forgetting about all the insanity that is out there at the moment. You know, the world is, let's say, in a strange place. All right. What are we doing here? What are we doing here? I think I need to flip stuff around and move it around. Alright, let's get one of them done, and then we could try to mimic that and do some more. So I've kind of decided that this is just a hodgepodge of a build. It's just, I'm going to jam stuff into areas, see if I can make it work. Well, mostly chill double tap. You know, I do get the frustration every once in a while. But most people understand that I feel that governments in general have lost their way and the world is in a crazy place. And the people need to work together. But, you know, fantasies of the world working in harmony. Anyway, enough of that. We got to figure out how to make things work in this alternate universe. So, that's difficult in itself. Alright, we've gotten... Well, so I've noodled around with it past day or two. You know, nothing major. And basically, I came to the conclusion that this is a true on R&D and won't even probably even end up as anything but an R&D. Or it will just be this gigantic, interesting mess. I haven't quite figured out where it's going. Because some of it makes sense, some of it does not. I'm trying to figure out how to make sense of it all. But yeah, what a slow, horrible start this morning. I gotta just address that. My brain was in a few different spots. And a lot rolling through it this morning, so my apologies for the the fumbly start. Hopefully we'll do something interesting. We are going to explore today, though, definitely. We're going to keep it mellow. Raven's Multiverse, welcome. But I did manage to make a few connections, but I had to turn some of these, and it changed the height, position, but I'm like, you know what? It's okay. This is supposed to be this is the asymmetrical build that I never do. I never, you know, I'm always building kaleidoscopy, symmetrical stuff. So I'm like, all right, this will be my joke of symmetrically asymmetrical, or asymmetrically symmetrical. Because it's still sort of in a circular shape. It's just a little dented in a couple spots, and I will probably continue that just to try to connect things and see what happens. Like usual, you know, we're going to take something and start something. You know, we got the new parts, so I'm going to mess around with them, right? Oh. Ooh. Excellent, Raven. Well, I'm glad you're feeling better. Ooh. Stomach things, yeah. Ugh. Alright, we're going to try to fix this mistake. Or incorporate it? I mean, that's a thing with building, you know. It's sort of like, you know, Bob Ross. There's not really a mistake. It is what it is at the moment. Can we incorporate it? Can we make it into something? What can we do with this? You know what I mean? I haven't messed with the redesign yet because I feel that there's still issues. But we shall see. Chesty, welcome. I left Enra because he asked me to join him on a couple things and he just keep missing each other, you know what I mean? All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. Krusty Boot, welcome. But I want to do a little R&D with Enra. I think it would be fun with these parts. And I do want to make a kaleidoscope out of them, don't get me wrong. I'm going to add these into something somewhere. And actually, we may even do that today, because I'm getting a little on this. I mean, I'm finally kind of moving somewhere, and I kind of... Yeah, the rooftops are wacky. They're offset. We've talked about a few things here. I'm hoping eventually I'm going to do another Zendesk soon. I'm going to wait to see if there's another patch that addresses anything. Give them some time. Chesty, thank you for gifting Steve Hornsby that super chat. I'm sorry, the membership. Told you I'm having a funky day today. I need to focus. Need to get going on stuff here. All right, what was I doing? I was over here. I was doing stuff. I'll bring these out. I have a feeling we're going to need to... Yeah, I mean, it's... like, part of me is like thinking, great, neat art style. Yes, it is a reskin of stuff, and I would like to see this is neat, and these are new. But the walls and everything, which still, I get it. You got to work with what you got. I do it all the time. But certain things, it's like, you have to think like a builder when you're making these things, Like, these cables are great. But you're right. It would be nice to be able to connect them in a way that, worked. You know what I mean? Especially if you're trying to go around a corner or something. I mean, yes, don't... but and this is there's always a catch to when it comes out with new building parts and everything. Jacob Clapsaddle, welcome. Grimy891, welcome. I'm not going to keep this, obviously, but... yes, there are ways around it. Unofficial Enra raid. I left him a message because I was trying to say this earlier. There were a couple times, he'd asked me to join him in doing stuff, and it just happened to be the wrong time. And I'm always lurking around in stream, so, and actually I was watching them the other day, and I didn't even realize these things were available as a thing. It's like, you can't flip it, though. Don't tell me what I can and can't do with these. I mean, But yeah, I'm hoping I want to try and get in contact with Enra at some point, see if he wants to do a live R&D sort of thingamajiggy. I know it's always tough with dual streams, though, you know, because you're trying to spread the love around, and you know, it's difficult. Like, all right, let me bounce over here, and let me bounce over there. But yeah, I didn't even know these things were available. Can I rust that out? Right, okay, so it gives it... But it doesn't give us the textural bit, but we could probably glitch it, right? As per usual. Although some parts you can't, you know, which is sort of a bummer. But yeah, Enra, if you happen to hear me at some point, would like to try to do some form of duel or get together, do some R&D. I'm just doing that with Beeble too. Beeble's got a good brain. Yeah, see, and then we got collision bubble problems. Yeah. Yep, I know what you mean with the cables. But at the same time, hey, at least they, you know, at least they added them. Right, now, are you bubbling off of that? Yeah, you are. So you got to lay them down in succession. Yes, okay. To be too much. Nope. Hey, Wolfheart, welcome. Yeah, that would have to stick way out. Yeah, no. But can we do something else? Not really. That without interrupting the interior. Poster? Try poster. But still, you know what I mean? You still got... Oops. Still that gap there. What do we have? 3 versions? Yeah, definitely, you know, a little tricky to use. But yes, actually, a couple of people I work with play. Yeah, I don't dig that. I mean, let me rephrase that. Dig the part. Just not how it applies at the moment. Okay. Yeah, I've I've heard that. I've heard it is an excellent game. All right, we're gonna boop, boop. Yeah, I might try to catch somebody playing it or something, streaming it, and take a look at it. I'm just not a big fan of the turn-based stuff, but I hear it is still fun. Do it for the story? Okay. Yeah, I hear it's again. I hear it is a great game. Definitely curious about it, but right now, just money wise, spending the kind of money they want for games these days is ridiculous. I'm like, are you serious? Or now? Actually, no. That could be true. Actually, we don't need to. That should transpose right over to there. I really hope they can get this back to its gloriousness. I mean, I have yet to find it not playable. I've had moments, don't get me wrong, since the update, but I am still, still doing stuff. Oh, just R&D. R&D for the new city, you know, just to see what parts look like when you put them together, flip them upside down, light them when you know, hopefully we'll have some. The lighting right now is weird because like the light cubes and everything are funky at the moment. Sort of wasted space, but big deal. Well, not really, because then I could use this. Uh-huh. If you just, you know, oh no, son of biscuit. Actually, you know what? Not a big deal. You know why? No, why? Actually, it is sort of a big deal. I just did all that work too. All right, let's see where we are. I mean, it's not a big deal because I can make it work, you know. I've already turned a couple of them to make them work. That's good, that's good. Did we actually get saved by our autosave? We might have. Yep, we did. Wow. Dunk, Should probably save. Although, apparently I... Where's my save beacon? Alright, where'd my save beacon go? There it is. The best hidden view. All right. This controller is driving me crazy. Randomly shutting off. It's fully charged. All right. Boodly boop. For instance, this one, I will probably shift. I will turn it. Oof. And I'm just trying to, you know, incorporate things and make things interesting. Layer it. I've had to do some floor finagling, unfortunately. I mean, it is unfortunate, but it does work, as you can see there. And I'm going to have to do a terrain cleanup at some point. As you see here. So this should actually... Oh, nice. I just wanted some, you know, different bits. Trying to use what we have as always, you know. Like, all right, what do we got? How can I make it work? But see, there's a little gaps, and but the nice thing is it's just enough where it, you know, doesn't interfere, you know, it doesn't look out of place. In fact, in some instances, makes it look a little, you know, more interesting or different. I know it's subtleties, but hey, I take what I can get sometimes. But see how it's a little more subtle here. Although they did kind of take that old wall and just add this little bit here, huh? But yeah, this doesn't, I don't know if this is what they intended, but just something doesn't look right here, you know? Like it looks like it's missing something. And see how it's... And in terms of calling this a window, I get it, but let's be honest. But I do understand, you know, they want to make something different, and I get that and respect it 100%. But it's not very window. But in the right environment, it actually is. So, yeah, see? I'll find the positive eventually. And again, like I said before, this is just scaffold, just stuff that we got kicking around. We'll either use it or we won't. We'll get rid of it. This way, when we get serious on a build, we gotta have a few things in our repertoire. And a lot of these are, in terms of their design specific sometimes when you're using a technique. Because I'm like, all right, well, what if I want to sort of hide, maybe a little bit more of the window, some of the bevel like it is here, There are a couple ways we could do it. The easiest way is to do this sort of thing. Right there. Then you drop that in. That for now. And you could go crazier and add more of lighting. Another sign or something. Oh wait, what did I do that for? Oh no, I did it right. Alright, where was that? Way over here. See, now that blends that window in a little better. And while, yes, that looks good, don't get me wrong, right? You can alternate your looks or add in a new look. Now, you can't do this because that's locked out. You have to glitch it in, right? What you could do, though, is you could micro adjust. And we'll try that in another spot. So, all right, we know we got that there. We're good. We'll grab our... Come on. Yeah, man. You're being extra finicky. But in that instance, what you do when it's being super finicky, you just take this, or any other one that you can do an adjacency with, and then from there you can oddly stack it. Double check, make sure you're in the right spot, which we are. Oh yeah, because we're going up. Never mind. And still achieve the same. Grab that. Ooh, maybe not. Oh, I gotta put that in first. That's right. So it does get tricky because you do lock out your snap points, so you got to be careful. And you got to remember this stuff. See, like this is a locked out snap point. I can go above it, and So sometimes I'm noticing some weird things. All right, so now we'll grab that. Throw that in there, get that out of there, put this back in. Make sure we can delete that. We can. Then, if I was paying attention, this would have been done 5 minutes ago. And any other combination of those. Downside, you have to, if there's something you don't like about it, and say you want to switch to the other part, you got to get real close, or sometimes it's locked out and you can't get to it all. Or you have to go in from the other side. But we can here. Wow, where'd that light source come from? That's also uniform. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the Insta light. It's much like the torch when it first came out. It's like, no, I'd kind of rather see how it should be and add the lighting myself. But lighting has always been tricky in this game. I've always noticed. It's always been a little difficult to get just right with all the, amazing things that need to be lit. We might be taking an early break because that coffee is gross and almost empty. There is one sip left. All right. Little tip trick on how to get a normal sized rooftop, at least, kind of covered and looking a little different. And it doesn't take up too many parts. It's pretty, you could throw granted, you would have to do some work on another way, but this is a relatively quick and easy way of covering the standard base for that rooftop. And it seemed to work pretty well. That's interesting too. There is a gap, but that's the only way I could, because it's the way it is. It's a little wider than a floor panel. But this is snapped, so it is essentially, re-snappable. You can get a little crazier if you wish by, discovering the components. If you so chose. Hey, Gamma Wolf. What's going on? But the rooftops definitely don't like to snap. A little, and again, I think it's because they are offset. Yeah, that looks horrible. But we have a gazebo that, you can't gazebo in. It's like I can't even walk into it. Even if you enlarge it, I don't think you can. I believe it's collision bubbled, is it not? Well, let's find out real quick. Oh no, there you go. You have to enlarge it. Okay. I have not, Gamma. Sorry. Is it still working for you? All right, now we're probably going to have to turn this a little bit. Good morning, Joy Roth. How you doing? To match this floor, all right? Because we kind of started doing that. So we're still circular, but we're going to have to kick this over a little bit. And in the process, we're going to lower it a little bit. Not a big deal. I could bring it up and match it, but and move it over or whatever we got to do. But again, this is an asymmetrical build. We're stacking things on things until hopefully the update or the patches come in to fix some of the build problems. Which, in all honesty, aside from the parts looking kind of unfinished and parts looking blurry and like certain, aspects of it being a little off center, it's mostly my base getting or my city getting color changed. Without my permission. Somebody went and painted over. What was the other thing? Yeah, rooftops offset on the base. Something else. Copying and it reverting to default position. Yeah, we'll see him as we go. But I mean, you could also just simply take back to this again. Could do a half wall. That would essentially fix that problem. I mean, this is an arch. but having the wires still exposed would be cool. I mean, that's not really worth it, but it works. Sort of a waste of a part in a way, you know. But it still covers the base and blends it in better with the other environment, in my opinion. And this is snappable, so we can get on that in a minute if you're curious. This one I'm working on now, how to make this work. We might have to go with enlarged pieces, which I really don't want to, but we might have to. Because right now, if you scale up a wall and you go and snap a floor on it, it's not centered like it used to be, which is kind of a bummer. You know, it's not like this stuff is hard to do. If I can, you know, like make. All right, let's clean up. Yeah, this rooftop piece. Yeah, I had a Windows update mess up with my audio. Again, like, what is it with Windows updates and messing with audio, even though, like, the update has nothing to do with audio? What's the deal with that? Alright, we have ways from the ground. We now have a way from the ground up and around, right? Oh, let's do a little zip-a-zap. Up over to this area. Out to this landing pad. This window type. Out through this hallway, which we somehow got to figure out how to make this work. These stairs around into that weird room that makes no sense. Over around to here, to this area. Down and around to this landing pad. Oh, the one that you fit back to back. Yeah, I like them as little shops at the moment. I've got this little thing going on here. Somewhere. Where are they? This place is a little bigger than I thought it was. Oh yeah, it's right over here. Yeah, no, I love it. That's actually one of my new favorite pieces in a way because of that, and because it's easy to layer. As you can see here. But I like these, makes neat little kind of, there's all kinds of things that this can turn into, I think. You know, I can't wait to see what people end up doing with it. Imagination is quite rampant in this community. I mean, right now we've got some of it hidden. I may decide to unhide it and bring things down. You know, I like this here, the height of it. This I'm not 100% stoked with, but we'll get into that later. Yeah, Gamma. I was watching. I was looking at Enra's stream the other day. When it was yesterday or the day before. I don't remember. I was at work technically. And yeah, I saw some parts that I was like, wait a minute, I didn't see those before. What's going on with that? All right, let's run through the parts again just to make sure. And they still haven't fixed the race force, right? Nope. I was hoping for some new prefabs, underwater and whatnot. Maybe change up the science terminals to more like the ones that are in the freighter, or allow us to bring freighter parts down onto terrain without having to cache pin them, which is a pain. Alright, 3 wires we know. Oh yeah, it was these, the transmitters. Boom, 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 and boom. Those were added. I wish they would group these parts. Alright, we know about that, that, and that. And then it turns into bones, and then this is all that stuff. So, yes. Now, again, I don't understand why they didn't allow for resizing without having to go through the hassle. What else? There was something else that was a little like, why did you do that? But what is neat is you can, you know, add some stuff to what's currently there. It blends in pretty nicely, even if you're offset, which is cool. It's not a, you know, because it's not a right angle, right? Although then you have this weird issue of it matching or not matching. The other thing is, depending how you want it to sit on that particular thing, you can't rotate it, right? The only rotation you can do is this. You can't do, you know, as a horizontal, you can't do any other. Which again, you know, we're builders. You know we want this. Don't deny it. So, yes, you know, while it is quite remarkable that you can build your own version of those walls, at the same time, you know, you should be able to also rotate and scale them. See, that's just too much right there. The whole point of that one was just a little bit. And it probably should be upside down the other way, but whatever. Alright, see now I just kind of take a look to see how it, it ends. If we want to have this be at this level, walking level. Or do we want to, turn it around? Drop it down. To the ground. And then what's really great about these pieces is they blend really nicely. It's not too harsh of a blend if you're not perfect. If you're not perfectly aligned. It seems to kind of just mesh nicely. Yeah, well, yeah, how do I, I'm sure there's reasonings for all of it, you know what I mean? And again, we don't have to stay to this circular, I mean, I've done so many circular things, I kind of trying to branch off of it a little bit, at least for now, because these things are not really that kind of bit. But and with all the techniques, and this is why I hate when the build mechanic changes all of a sudden, you're like, wait a minute, I need that little technique, in the way that it used to do whatever it did. It's like you're a carpenter and somebody taking your hammer away. It's going to get part, but not all. Let's try this. I have a feeling I'm going to have to manually place this. There we go. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Much appreciated. Should have did that upside down, but I wasn't thinking. Now I gotta do this crap. Thank you, Blue Healer. Much appreciated. Good to see you. Good to see you the other day. Wish we had more time to chill. Blue Healer, thank you for the $10 super chat. Everybody, 07 the Blue Healer, please. You didn't have to do that, homie. Thank you. Okay, why are you locked out? What's going on here? Alright, let's see what's going on. Obviously, we know we can fix this problem. What the? So why were you not? Okay. Alright. Not sure why, but... something's locking me out of that. It could be any number of things. Uh-oh. I may have just foobarred myself right there. Indeed I did. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe not. I think I did, though. There we go. Come on. Alright, why? Alright, I guess we'll have to redo that. NBD. I think I locked myself out of that position there somehow. And then we're going to have to fix it. Although something tells me... Ooh. Actually, before I do anything, can I stack that? And it'll come up to there. So if we take this and one of these, yeah, that'll work, I guess. Not much choice, do we? But not with that. With that. Come on. Uh, yeah, Starfield was a big letdown for me, if I'm to be completely honest. That was a waste of money for my. I was like, oh, okay, so maybe it'll be like No Man's Sky, but you know, a little more. I guess I'll use the term realistic. But it was kind of boring, if I'm to be 100%. It did not thrill me. Alright, why are you being such a pain in the rear? Let me guess, you. Thank you. Nope. Ah. Something's in the way here. Okay, why? Why are you doing happens to me. Is it you? Is it you? Alright, well, it's not that. Are you being so pain? Alright, you go. You go. What if we... no, it is Lux on YouTube, but also everywhere else. Bandcamp, Spotify, all that. Does some wonderful Vangelis style music. Interesting. Why is this not doing what I need it to do? I know why you're not doing that. You're not going to be in the right spot, though, are you? You're going to be too high. Actually, too low. Too low. Okay, so... that one? No, because you're locked out now. Why is that locked out? Are you kidding me? Tell me that wasn't the right. Nope, that wasn't it. Why is that getting locked out? Alright, sometimes we have to reload. I've noticed that. Is it something to do with that? Because it's at a halfway point? What the everlasting gobstopper? Why are you so finicky? You're there. You're there. But for some reason, you just won't go right here. Why? Will you go back in? You'll go back in? How about you? Yeah. Okay. But for some reason, you're like, you know what? Nah. I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine on that one, folks. I have no idea why it does not want to roll around that one. Alright, that's just kind of weird. Alright, what we're going to do is we're going to put this where it should be. Dark Hellboy, what's going on, brother? How you doing? And then we will cover this up with something else. Which is not altogether hard to do with all these new parts. There you go. Done. But that's my point, you know, it's real easy to blend these things. They don't take a lot of effort. Yeah, just money-wise, Hellboy, I can't do it right now. I'm looking into it though. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to move you over to our nice view. Oop. And as we get far enough away. Oh, later, Hellboy. I hope your work goes by quickly. Bringing that laptop in. Yeah, see, all you got to do is walk away from it. Animation stops. Much like the boundary seal. All right. It is time for a new coffee. So I got to go and warm up my coffee, take a little bio break. Ooh, excuse me. yawn, stretch. So, you know what I'm going to say. Get up, stretch out, peel the peepers away from the screen for a little bit. Grab yourself a tasty, snacky treat and a beverage. Do a bio break. Don't forget to wash your hands between those. And we will see you in a few minutes. For those of you who have to get going, don't forget to hit that like, subscribe, leave a comment and all that jive. And thank you so much for being here. I will be back in a few minutes of sorts. You know how it works. We'll be back. Do more of this wacky building. And actually, I think we're going to do some exploring. I need to find the spot for the new build. So we'll take a little time and explore. I wish I could remember how to get into the purple system so we could work on that. But anyway, we'll be back shortly.
Clouds roll in, it's a mellow scene. Lights flicker soft like a faded dream. Laser beams cut through the rain. Easy vibes drifting like a train. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow. Raindrops tap, not a soul around. Everything's still and my mind's unwound. Shapes in the mist, colors so bright. Nip, nip haze, feels like midnight. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow. Clouds roll in, it's a mellow scene. Lights flicker soft like a faded dream. Laser beams cut through the rain. Easy vibes drifting like a train. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow. Raindrops tap, not a soul around. Everything's still, and my mind's unwound.
Alrighty, we're back. Did you ever hit it too hard, fell off? Huh? What happened? What did I miss? I missed something there. You know, and all this stuff can be turned into things, you know. It doesn't have to add things to them and blah, 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 you know. Got good phase. Unfortunately, you know, if you want to do any sort of funny business, you got to do that sort of thing. Oh. I'm like, what I miss? What's going on? Why is this here? All right. Now we need to figure out where to go from here. Well, it's getting there, you know. We lined up. I did want to try something. Oh, that's right. I do remember wanting to try something. That's right. And a lot of this will be a combination of facade and, you know, whatnot. But we might try that in a minute. Because that's a lot of work, damn it. If I'm prepared to do a ton more work. See, we could also bring this down, right? Like so. That could go here. Clean that up a little bit. I didn't maybe necessarily mean that literally. Proper use of that word, by the way. I'm kind of digging these little square pillars, man. It's just something about them. I don't know why, but I am digging them. That's easy. That's easier. Let's deal that. should do the same. That would make sense. Aha. So we got that little issue. Which isn't really an issue, by the way. I had to adjust the floor panel to meet the other area because of another thing. And, you know, big deal. As long as it works, right? Like this here was offset just because of all the other crap I added. So, again, thank you, Crisscross, for showing me that a couple years ago now. Because it is come in handy, I don't know how many times. Actually, yeah, never mind. Doo-doo-doo. Gets dark here a lot. It seems a little not accurate. Xavier Reyes, what's going on? How you doing? Welcome, welcome. And again, a happy Father's Day. All you parental figures. Well, let's take a look at this mess of a mess here. Just randomly trying to figure out how to connect these things and build something off of it. So eventually we'll go back into my city and we'll add some of this. No. Not at all, Xavier. Oh, the creeper bush. Okay, good to know. This is just, we just got these parts and I'm just trying to smush them together and see what they do. So I'm just, you know, adding something and going, all right, now what? All right, let's try this. All right, and then hopefully I'll, you know, take some ideas from here and put them into my old city, or, you know, when I build my new one. And we're going to do some exploring in a little bit so we can go look for a place. So, you know, this has just been like, new parts. if I were to build another city, what would I do? Like based on the new art style of this particular part here. Um, Generally, I just kind of wing it. Well, it is, as they say, what it is sometimes, my friend. Hey, Catman John. No, I haven't. No, but thank you, Catman Jack. That's interesting. I look down here and I'm like, you could essentially just make a whole other, thingamajiggy here. And then use any bits and pieces. Well, hopefully. we do have that lockout problem. We could even do that as, yeah, because that's underground. So if I wanted to. Do this. Yeah. I was looking at the light on the floor. I'm going to say no on that. Come on. Get in there. Crazy thing is we just had it. Oh. Come on. Fine. Be that way. It's like, nope, nope, nope. I'll go here with this. Make up your bloody mind. You know, so we hide or, you know, add or, you know, etc., etc. here. You think I'm in? And we will take out what we have to. What? Luciano, welcome. Where's the square? I thought, you know what? Years, when they first brought it out, I thought that that was an option, but it wasn't. Hmm. You know what? Is that pushing it? You know what it is? Well, you could say that. Mostly in building, but yes, I'm a day one player and builder. Um, I've been around the galaxy a few times. But building, I guess, would be my specialty. Do you know what? You know what key you smacked there, Captain? Well, if I can do it on the keyboard, I'll. I've got my keyboard. I'm on PC, actually, after all. Oh, could use my, I gotta go back to the city and look at it, but, oh, apparently I've only got one viewer at the moment. Got to love YouTube. Always makes me wonder. Maybe I only do have one. I'm that boring. And everyone's like, I'm out of here. You digging in the dirt? What kind of idiot is he? Oh, that's neat. Yeah, I have one. OBS is telling me. So we need some like neon-y kind of signs, you know what I mean? Not even sure why this one's here anymore. All right. We're going to try to figure out how to get from point A to point B on this stuff. That's the tricky bits. As you can see here, this floor, because this is a scaled up one, you know, I need to move this out, and I can either do it manually, which, and unfortunately when you scale up, they don't snap like a wall does, which is kind of weird. So you either have to pre-platform and, you know, get it ready for that, or you have to figure out a way to compensate for all of that crap. see, no, that's something more. Yeah, I guess we'll look. Good. Take that across. Yeah, the light floor, though, doesn't do what it's supposed to do. It is, not quite working the way it should. Take care of all that after. But we could do something like that. Shite. Well, the light floors, as you know, are not currently working proper. The colors are off completely. It's in not good shape. Well, I hope we get some patches soon for the build mechanic, because it's how do I put it? It's not healthy at the moment. The build mechanic is in dire need of some help. And again, no rhyme or reason, just seeing what things look like. You know, it's all this is. It's all right. Well, if I did this, what would it look like? If I added that, what would it do? You know, can I get from point A to point B if I wanted to? How would I do that? Yeah, I know I need to be exploring right now, I know. But yes, you know, I want to make it also look relatively believable, you know, where nothing sticks out too inappropriately. And, you know, you got to take into consideration deco and things like that. No worries, Gamma. Hey, Keone. No worries, Keone. Thank you for stopping in. I hope you have a good day. And again, happy Father's Day to all you fathers out there. Alright, we're getting ahead of ourselves there. And we'll color change, you know, periodically and figure all that out. See, but here's a problem that we're going to run into is because you can't scale it down without some trickery. You know, you're kind of, and you can't rotate it except for this direction. So And you can't, again, see? So I can't rotate. Damn it. So you got to make sure that it's flat to begin with. And I think it should start off in free place mode, but that's just me. Still crooked. All right. Yeah, figure it would be. Let's try it this way. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if the part was crooked to begin with. Yeah, I guess that works. Alright, good enough. And then, actually, you can go away. You want that here. Yeah. It's a mess, Xavier, but thank you. Again, we're just experimenting here. Wait a minute. Oh, those are two separate. Gotcha. Alright, hold on. What did I just do that I didn't want to? Alright, so that doesn't need to be there. That doesn't need to be there. Alright, come in. Out. Either that way or this way. Yeah, that's fine. Deal with that, I guess. That. Yeah, I mean, the parts that we have been given are what's the word I'm looking for? Friggin' spectacular. But they are a bit on the blurry looking side of things. the lighting in the game in its entirety is a little bit on the like funky side of things right now. I feel. Granted, that might just be me. But I have had reports from others who feel the same. All right. We're getting somewhere on whatever this is. I mean, Xavier, you've seen my city, so I'm going to add this to it. I'm going to take part of my city down, you know, the stuff I did at the end to fill in space, and I'm going to redo it with this stuff. I have put down no real lighting at this point. These are just what the new parts do. You know, I threw this up, obviously. Um, I should bring it down to about that size. Okay. Yeah, that's when the builds usually start to come alive, you know. When you start getting the lighting, and you know, it helps that some of the parts are naturally lit in some ways. But again, I feel the current lighting needs a little attention. You know, just a test. We'll probably do something like this in the next city. These parts are. I can't wait to mix them more with the other parts. Right now, I'm just strictly using the new parts to see. You know, we'll slowly integrate, you know, all the other stuff. All right. I know, that would be cool. You know, but we can just, you know, for Hardy Hars for right now. Just the light cubes and the light floors aren't working very well. As I will demonstrate, if I may demonstrate, which we've already seen and we know. All right, that doesn't look red to me. Where'd it go? There it is. I mean, I could be wrong, but it really does not look red. No, I think that's kind of their way of getting, you know, around building, making cities, is having us do it for them. You know, they have the out-of-phase settlement, and then, you know, you add on this stuff and build with that, you know. Yeah, well, I have some ideas, but they're not quite working currently because of, you know, the way things are at the moment. So we will get to that when we get to it. All right, let me show you something that's actually going to be maybe a little helpful for you. We'll get to that right now. So all the rooftops are chunky, right? I mean, this is a scaled one, but we're going to go do this with a standard one. So I may show you a way to deal with it if you want to cover it a little bit. You know, if you want to get a little bit different look. I mean, yes, you can bury it down and bring the floor up or down, or bring that up and down, whatever you want to do. But and these floor pieces seem, or I mean, roof pieces seem to be like, and I think it's because they are offset. You know, the texture is offset. Come on. But the snap points are, stuff is funky. It needs to be fixed. Thank you. Jeez Louise. Now I forgot why I was doing this. Thanks, Xavier. Why the heck was I doing this? I did something I wanted to add. Oh, yeah. Never mind. I'm demonstrating. Yay. Now I remember. All right. So, say you're not digging on, you know, that, right? Now, where the floor panel naturally sticks to it, it's buried, right? So you lose a bit of the floor panel here. So if you were to add a wall, you still end up with this outer perimeter of that rooftop, right? So if you take your floor, and of course we're going to CPR this, and I'm sure there's another way, but this is what was working for me. You just put the cube out, and now you have enough here so that when you add the wall, curious. I want to see what happens with the wall if it changes anything. It'll just change to rust. Actually, you know what? Yeah, I bet you it'll change to rust. Okay. Oops. Helps if you have it facing the right way. But now you have it right on the edge and still having the full wall. Yes, you do have to do that per side that you're trying to hide. And you can either, you know, take this down with a cube. Or what did it do? Yeah, rust. Okay. Basically look like rust. You know, it depends on what you want to, you know, again, this is all situational, so depending on what you're doing is what you're going to need to sort of do. But if I can help you get there a little quicker. And then you can see something and be like, oh, wait a minute. Yeah, that's kind of the height that I was thinking. But you just short wall it, you know, I should have just left it alone. More of my morbid curiosity of you know, I just want to get frustrated because, you know, glitching is working so well these days. Son of a biscuit. Patience is a virtue. Wait a minute. Yeah, we had it right. Come on, you bleeping Sassa Frassen Frigger Ragan Sassa Fluven Flargen. I thought we already moved. Oh, no, I didn't. I moved you. Not you. But let's take a look at that, actually. Sometimes mistakes are handy. No, better where we had it, because I think we can do more with it that way. And it's just, you know, a block change. You know, a cube height difference, but makes all the difference in the world when you're going to go and change the height of it in order to match. Son of a biscuit, come on. We need to have a counter going soon. Alright, so now you have that. Yada, yada, yada. You do that all the way around. Yes, you will have that little gap here. But it's better than necessarily staring at the same thing or trying to blend it into whatever you've got going on. So, place the floor with the cube, bring the cube down and in. Where's that need be on that? Yeah, it's right back. That's what I thought. And then, you know, lather, rinse, repeat as usual. We need better lighting. So you do have that little bit of a gap here, right? But now that you have this in at this height, where it ends up, see, that's where it would end up on the other one, then it would be too low. Here you get right to, you know, that edge bit here. And again, you can micro adjust if you wanted to. See? I mean, you could close it off more, which that's not bad at all. Yes, it's a few extra parts, but in my opinion, it's worth it to, you know, get something that looks a little bit different. It's your imagination. But that brings the wall out to what I feel is a good space, you know. And then obviously you would be 4 floor panels, but it's more the idea of hiding, you know, the look of it, and to get a good, you know, because if you're relying on the rest of, you know, what's next to it, excuse me, the walls are going to be interior, and you won't be able to show what I mean by that. And, you know, it's like right here, we showed that. That's the natural placement or sitting. So you don't really, you know, you're not really getting any benefit out of that. Oh, thank you. I mean, we need to go exploring. I need to find some spaces. I just came up with an idea in my head right now. I'm like, oh, what if we had that terrain and we did this? We should probably save or something, yeah. All right, what are we doing? All right, let's turn this one. I think is our next. Yeah, we'll turn that here to face this. Again, this is all manual placement at this point, so it's just to try to get things to kind of connect and be attached a little more appropriately. Because I hate when the floor panels look all funky. Especially if you want to use, a mixture of the two. All right, it's getting close to our second break. Usually do every hour and a half. I'd like to get up and stretch out and warm up the coffee if I still have it, or swap to the iced tea, stretch out, just, get the eyes away from the screen, get the brain away for a minute. Oh, here's something interesting I discovered. Well, no, I didn't discover it, but I had forgotten and all that. Somebody else, I'm sure, had already discovered it prior. But I don't remember if it was doing this or not. I thought it was giving... Oh, actually, you know what? Let's try something here. All right, where are you? You're snapping to a wall, right? Yeah. But you will snap and open to this. I don't know if this will work. But what the heck, why not? Let's give it a shot. Either gonna do something or it won't. Now we could get in and change the floor height and all that, and that would actually be kind of interesting to build, because we'd have to create a platform and, maybe surround this with, that's actually how we could do it. Maybe not. Yeah, see, it looks like it should open that as well, but it does not. I would have to bring it through. And then another one, and then another one. But and then yet another set behind that in order to truly open it up. Or we could, yeah, but see now, we do have one, but it doesn't quite mix, you know what I mean? But it does. I see it. Okay, that's what we need to do then. Ah, that's where we can use that wall to sort of hide that. But, alright, so now we need you. Yeah, but doesn't that normally, wouldn't that... No, it doesn't open it up, it just... Alright. And then... Yeah, okay. And then we can climb up and get more. BD here. Okay, I can fix that. Make that hide. It actually doesn't look too bad. It almost looks like it's, we could turn that into something else if we wanted. And I do like this better than the other ones, and it's a lot less work. The only thing I don't think this is going to do that I thought it might, let's take a look here. Actually, it might indeed. That's what I was afraid of, the back, the corner. Oh no, it covers. Ha 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 ha. And that can kind of, trying to think if, and that can give us buildings without having to, I think we can, yeah, I think we can do it. It's not really cutting down on parts, but, in a way it is. The only thing is we've already kind of figured this out. Yeah, so it's either... And then you could hide that with that, but why? Why bother? We could carry that through or use some of it. Trying to figure out where... Wondering if it's just better to... Hmm. Again, we'd have to open that up. And this would have to go, considerably. Torn. No. Oh, shoot. Thank you. I think our best bet is to carry this through somehow. I mean, this isn't horrible. Yes and no. And you know what I mean. It has potential, but the older parts are now having a problem, and it's kind of a bummer that they couldn't have figured out a combination of art style there. But the legacy parts are really great. You know, those are great for a whole lot of things. They really kind of obviously moved away from a lot of that in that style, unfortunately, which was sort of their original bit. But again, this is an evolving game. It has evolved into what we're looking at. So buttons. All right, I think we are. Oh no, I'm gonna have to open that area up. Let's see where that is. Don't really want to do, but at the same time, sure. Oh, this game. There we go. I mean, that's one of the things is if you're gonna build with this stuff, you know, you kind of have to keep going with it and figure out how to incorporate it. But there would be no fun for you. I wish they would just allow us to build this stuff on terrain and vice versa. I think all the build parts should just be open in general. And it's not like we haven't proven that they work in these environments just fine. It just opens up, you know, the creativity level. And if we don't like it, we don't, we delete it. Now, we could use this as real estate, which is kind of what I want to do. there's another idea I want to try with this too. Kind of a combination of the old technique with this new stuff, but we'll see. I don't know if it'll work or not. That's why I want to test it out. But right now, what we could do is, use this as a and you could even, manually place if you wanted to go that route. I haven't figured out how to move it over yet to where I need it, but that, allows you to start building on this level if you wanted to, and using what we had down there as well. Although now, wondering about, I think we would have to connect that thing before any of that. Yeah, I can see now that's like so. I want to use them, but I'm just having a problem with it. So. It's not like we have the best window choices either here. Although, oh, it doesn't work on the square room, only the round room. That's right. Damn it. All right. I think we take a break and let's go do some exploring. I need to find some new digs, some new places to dwell. And this is just a test pattern. Just going to throw up something, and then if I like the overall shape, I will start to work with that. Come on, thank you. I'm trying to do easy stuff, nothing too complicated. Duplicate that there. No, that's okay. Could also come out all the time. I mean, facade. I'm trying to, right now I'm just making facade. Well, we could make it a little more viable, but I think facade works a little bit better in this circumstance. But we could break that around. Open that up. Really? Thank you. You're going to cause me grief. I see, okay. But in order to really do what I want there, think about crane. We need to do what? Shoot, 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 shoot. Okay, that's the floor. That's where we need to have that. I need to bring this down. So in order to do that, I need to take this. That. Drop that. Which is too much. Drop that one. Bazanga. Then add in this. Followed by this and this. Actually, well, part of me is thinking now move this. I wonder, but I don't know if I'm going to get the same pattern. I should, but I may not. But then we would just drop that down. Correct? Gonna run into that freaking issue again. Why are you being... Is that because you need that? It is indeed because you need that. Mess with that afterwards. Right, well that doesn't work. No, it's gotta be... Alright, yep. So, we don't really have much in the way of a choice of non-chunky rooftops. You're kind of stuck with, you know, in the new build parts anyway. You know, you can go into your other area and, you know, grab something like this here. And you just try to make it into part of what you're already working on, if that makes sense. And we're at a good height there. We can carry this over to this other level. At the same time, we have some of these walkthrough bits we can and whatnot. Actually. I'm gonna poke through the top. I mean, again, it just little time in your imagination and a lot of things you could get rolling here. See, it doesn't attach itself to these. I hate that. Yeah, this roof part is not very impressed with it snapping, but we know why it is anyway. feel like this piece should be shrunk down a little bit. Things are odd. They are odd, and a little more odd. Yeah, it does not snap to the floor panels very easily. And again, in my opinion, it is because we are waiting, because the floor panels, oh, excuse me, now we're waiting. The floor panels are, what's the word I'm looking for? Offset, sorry. So we're having that problem. So you didn't even plan that. Just kind of happened. What to do, what to do. Interesting enough start. Is it really anything? No. Could we potentially make this into something? I think so. It's an interesting enough beginning. We can build off of that. But see what I mean? It's just working from our existing structure. Where can I add? What can I, where does this go? Oh, hey, look, here. You never know what you might. Granted, now I'd have to figure out how to decorate all of this. You got to take that into consideration too. But nonetheless, it's still. Okay, you don't want to do something here? Interesting. Ah. I see. A market or something? Black market area? I mean, the problem is I can go on and on and on building crap. It doesn't take a whole lot. This is what I mean by it. See how easy this is? It really, it's really kind of, yeah, I wish we could do that in this game. Assigning NPCs would be freaking phenomenal. Well, the settlements have that already in a way, they just kind of randomly walk around. So, kinda already there. These are going to come in handy. Those are going to be neat. I think I'm going to use that quite a bit. I got a feeling. I know, you can't see it, but we know it's there. And the shape. All right, what are we at? We're at 4 hours. I got at least another hour in me. If not, a little more, but we'll see. But I need to take a little breather because we've been sitting here for almost 4 hours. It's time for a break. Again, the parts just don't look solidified. They're just kind of blurry. Do you know what I mean? Like they're lackluster. Everything about them is cool. I want to see them the way that I know they should be, and I think the way that they're supposed to be. But yeah, right now, not so much. Yeah, I know. I hate when I see something like, yeah, I gotta fix that. Right now. I may even make that a false door. I don't know yet. I'm debating it. All right, folks. I'll be back shortly. If you're still here and you're going to be sticking around, you know what I'm going to say. Just get up, stretch out. You know what I mean. Get these, give those a little break too. For those of you who got to get going, thanks for stopping in. Do appreciate it. And hopefully we'll see you again soon. All right. This old guy needs a little breather. I'll be back in a few minutes.
a mellow scene. Lights flicker soft like a faded dream. Laser beams cut through the rain. Easy vibes drifting like a train. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow. Raindrops tap, not a soul around. Everything's still and my mind's unwound. Shapes in the mist, colors so bright. Nip, nip haze, feels like midnight. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow. Clouds roll in, it's a mellow scene. Lights flicker soft like a faded dream. Laser beams cut through the rain. Easy vibes drifting like a train. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow. Raindrops tap, not a soul around. Everything's still
Oh, shoot, I'm back in my mute. I'm like, we're going to go exploring for a bit. I was babbler. I got to get comfortable if we're going to explore, though. Got to get my feet up. Let me see if I can't make myself look a little bit better here in this awkward position. But then I'm going to have to move it again. I should have 2 versions of this. I wonder how I do that. There's got to be a way. Let's see what that looks like. That's not too bad. All right. That okay? Let me know. That's kind of weird. Let me know. All right. Let's get back into this, Sally. I forgot I'm already in the purple system. So, in this save. Although I will have to... I will have to delete a bunch if I'm going to build another city, including what I got built here, but it's my city I actually don't have. Cerulean, curious. You know what? No, we should probably do. Turn up the game volume a little bit. Now that we're not building. So. Let me know how the balance of everything is. If anything needs to be turned up or down, let me know. Since exploring, I haven't done that in forever. I'm not digging this planet, I'll tell you that much. Alright, what else do we have? We had Cerulean. What are you? Redacted. Oh, we got a few over here. I don't like the outer space color though. File anomaly. What are you? Tropicale. We'll go check that out just because it's a tropical. And ultramarine. Alright, let's push over to the tropical one just for ha-has. another one. Being sneaky over there. Where are you? Lost red. I have a feeling I'm not going to like this tropical one. I think the colors are going to be gross. But maybe alright. It sure is out there. Wow. Fine. And of course, it's rainy. Yeah, even the bioluminescence or the bioluminescent plants are, I don't even know, yeah, see, it's weird. It's weird, my friends. Let's see, it pulses. Just not as bright, you know? Alright. And the search goes on. Lost red. Hey, Learned, welcome. I'm doing a little exploring. Just kind of noodling around in the R&D. I'm waiting to see if there is another update that deals with some of the building issues. But I was messing around in the R&D last night a little bit, and I realized I had to start turning and moving things slightly to get them to connect. But that was sort of the point, was to have this asymmetrical build, a little bit wonky. Everything I usually do, as I have stated a few times here. Sorry to bore you all with the... But some people, you know, only show up every once in a while. Repeating myself in a way is still informing somebody, I hope. But, you know, kaleidoscope and whatnot. This has been actually a nice sort of change of pace where it gives me another, you know, different type of problem to solve. Purple rain. I don't want to be your weekend lover. Lithium. Alright. Let's go check out the water. Some of those endless seas. Dun-dun-dun. neat horizon. Pretty boring. Pretty boring. You know, and that's, it's such a Urbaniter. You know, trying to find that build spot, man, it can take a long ass time to really find. That's why I always end up building on, to be honest with you, it's why I build on dead planets. It's because I'm tired of trying to find that planet. You know, I want to build something. Yeah, I already don't like this. Although we could get away with it. But not what I'm looking for, I'm guessing.
Extreme temperature detected.
And when you go into the caves, alright, it does get better. While a cool cave, not what I'm looking for. And I do love the addition to the water in the caves, even in the ones that are, you know, not necessarily a very oceanic planet. And I like how they are more cave-like in terms of their dips and dives and turns. Got more layering. But this is not what I am looking for.
Extreme temperature detected.
This is not the terrain you're looking for. Right, that's kind of nice. Interesting. Alright, where will my ship decide to want to land? Somewhere? Anywhere? I would laugh. Okay, that works. Somewhere, anywhere is better than nowhere. What galaxy am I in? Oh, okay. Euclid. Everybody's in Euclid. It's a place and space to be. Then when you do find a planet you like, if you're playing in normal and you want power, or if you're playing in creativity and you want in creative, and you want the animations, and I wish our ship had a searchlight. The spaceship. What the heck is that? Alright, wait a minute. What was that? These look better. Is it just me, or do they look better?
Units
The voices sound weird.
Units received. Units received.
Rip, rip, rip. Alright, take a look at, see if we got any caves. It's a neat environment. Not what I'm looking for, but still. Worth a little explore. Get over there. No, it's the save I have in purple in the dissonant systems. So it's my non-city save. Oh, of course. This would actually be a killer for what I was just making. There's that crash freighter I was looking for. Cave, alright, good. What's wrong? There's always something. Color's not quite right. But wow, the caves look gorgeous these days. But again, you know, there's something off with the lighting. I can feel it, smell it. There's something different. And texturally, like it's very clay. You know what I mean? It's gone clay. That very smooth. I mean, this is killer. This underground environment is great. Yeah. Hey, look at this. This is wonderful. But it would be better if it were textured properly and lit properly. It looks like something, yeah, see? Like it looks like it should be more lit. Kind of see the things moving, but I have to turn my light on to see it. See it? Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Ba-da-ba-ba. Oh yeah, isn't there like a dissonant thing I should be looking for as well? Isn't there like game stuff I should look for? I could just go and mark a planet. I don't even have to start it until it's all really fixed, you know? But I should probably find a planet I like first, at least the color. You're like a dissonant settlement or something? I do like the space color here, though. You know what? Whatever. American Psycho. That reminds me, I gotta dip into some Frozen. That build's gonna get done one of these days. I swear it will. Are they only on those dissonant planets? Yeah, see, just things seem a little off kilter. The other thing I'm noticing though is like mountainous planets are like, it's all mountains. A couple of little valleys. It's not like, you know, some spread out, you know, a little more varied. This isn't too bad here. Let me shut my trap for a minute. But still, no, it's still, you know what I mean, it needs some transition. So what I'm kind of curious is how they're going to deal with that on Light No Fire. Ooh, pardon me. Yeah. Barren, well, not lifeless. Million. Desolate. Activated. Damn it. We're just here, right? Something like it anyway. Really cool, but you can't see a darn thing. And are we in a storm? I'm gonna say, yeah, we're in a firestorm. See, the thing about building large structure, you know, or large part count on a planet like this is you're gonna eventually run into more problems because of all the, you know, I would have to keep it super simple here. Not super simple, but more simple than we would like. Although a really cool environment and the scenery is great. Although the plants look a little funky when they're blown in the wind, don't they? Again, there's this blurriness to the game lately. The letters are fine. Like the lettering, look, you know, but even that I'm kind of questioning now. Sound off, what's going on? Yeah, I've been able to find a good cavernous as well, like just some
Extreme temperature detected.
Alright, let's move on. And it doesn't have to be purple. We'll look. Sometimes it's the most unlikely planet. You're like, oh, this will do. But sometimes it's when you're looking for something specific. When you're just like looking and like, I'm just looking for a nice planet and I'll figure out what to do later. You know, you find whatever you're looking for pretty quick. when you're like, the planet needs to fit this kind of theme. Good luck. Good. No, thank you. Yep. So now on the Gamma. What do we got? Rocky. Alright, we'll start with that. Kinda. Rocky Raccoon sits in a While we're here, fragmented, corrosive. Alright, we can go look at that one. Planetary, activated. I mean, activated doesn't mean necessarily no, it just depends on... Although you can't really see what you're doing half the time. I don't know how ER builds on those things. But he also has practice on it. He likes those kind of planets. And he's an amazing builder, so. Yeah, I like the Korvac look. That kind of robotic AI looking thing. Yeah, come on. It's a spaceship. I got some lights. Especially if I'm exploring. There's never seems to be like a middle ground with these planets. It's either like hardcore or, you know, nothing. You don't have, you know, there's no in between. Later. Of course not. Why would there be? Hot spot. Damn you.
Weather update. Storm clearing.
Alright. Get a storm. Let's see what it looks like when it's not crazy. Oh, it's 3 sun. Alright, it's gonna get bright. Forgot what I had for ships. I mean, decent planet, but eh. Did we already do the corrosive? I don't think we have. Man, I wish we knew what was going on with Light No Fire. I've been quiet way too long on that. Alright, night times look nice. I like the color at night, or whatever time of day this is here. Looks like it's starting to get lighter. I like the rain. Not overbearing. We don't have a lot of trees. We have water. It's not so Blade Runner-y, cyberpunky though with water. That's my only.
Units received.
Forever looking, never finding. Forever searching for that plot of land. Alright, one more, then we'll go back to possibly noodling, although I am getting that hungry feeling. Alright, we'll go for Pally. Although that doesn't have a lot of planets, so we'll probably do one more after that. This will probably be a quick dive. Barren moon. Empty, airless, terraforming catastrophe. Same, alright. Let's do, oh! Something hiding over there. Every planet I'm diving into today, does it have to be frickin' crazy froggy? Ooh. 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 Damn it. Well, this isn't bad. Alright, maybe. We're gonna wait, see what happens. We are in a storm, but that's a pretty freaking amazing view just right there. We've got landing pads already. We can make our own. The new parts should fit this, obviously, because it's where it sort of all came from, I guess. We can add in freighter stuff, which will match. It'd be nice if they just let that be open on the build menu. Alright, we may have to put down a base computer here, because that's pretty dope. That's a great view. And then we add the rest of our own city in here. Ugh. Although not too bad. Never mind. Not perfect, but that's not bad. Not my color palette. Oh, why doesn't these things always happen? I'm like, oh, that's like, why couldn't it be this color? I mean, yes. It's not the point, though. Even this looks offset. Like they don't look like they're changing. It's got the floating udders. Got lightning in the background? Yes, it is. But we don't really have any NPCs here, so that makes this rather boring. Definitely a cool shot, though. And I might put a base computer here anyway. I want to see. The camera doesn't always do the. Yeah. No, again, the lighting is off, in my opinion. There's something off with the texture and the lighting. And then the build stuff we've already discussed, but. I'm tempted to put a base computer here, though. I really am, because that's pretty darn cool. Just the color's so wrong. But this one's like in this great position here, you know? Alright, you know what? Just for hardy har-hars, I might as well. Whether we keep it or not is a whole different story. I should be cleaning out all the ones I'm not using, never mind adding new ones. All right. night temperature detected. Is it just me or is he kind of echoing? Alright. Parched. Okay. Activated. Of course. Activated. Lebergen. Figure me saying words like that is just as much as people emoting out loud. If I knew whether or not my roommate were home. Are you guys bored? I do a pretty good impression, but I can't be on camera doing it.
Technology installed.
Yeah, you can barely understand the cat, too. And of course, can't see a darn thing.
Weather update. Storm clearing. Extreme night temperature detected.
You know, all we were saying is, you know, a little more dialogue from Spacesuit Theory. I didn't think they were going to go and... you know, add all these other voices. Yeah, but see, then this just lends itself to it. But no good horizon. You know, no planet. Eh. That's what I mean about searching. This forever phenomena. Yeah, I don't want to go flying around a gas giant. It takes forever. Alright, last one. Then I'm heading into building something, because this is... Ooh, wow. Really now? Too much stuff. Of course. Why would it be? Darn it, darn it, darn it. And it's got two sun system here. Approach the dark marble in front of us. Our thoughts turn to, please be cool. Again, not that it's like not cool. I mean, it's definitely a neat looking planet. It's more the, nope, not what I'm looking for. Ooh, great. Alright, we got a tropical. And another tropical. High temp. And we did the icy abhorrence. What were you? High energy. Alright. Let's start with the high temperature. Yep. The body needs fuel. Needs some fuel. Always a way of learning. Not horrible. But again, not quite what I'm looking for. And that's nice. It's a nice photo. Did you get your precious photos? Okay, that's weird. What I see, what the camera sees, should be the same thing. No? What else is going on here that doesn't look right? The clouds? The volumetrics off? Yeah, look at the clouds aren't doing anything. They're not moving, they're not doing anything. Well, it's in camera mode, obviously, but even here, or that wasn't in camera mode, rather, excuse me. Not camera. Camera. Interesting. Straight through. I mean, if that's the default filter, it should look the same as, you know what I mean? But the clouds aren't moving. In fact, that pattern has been the same. Huh. Interesting. Alright, 2 tropical in a row. Oh, that's what you were complaining about earlier? Okay. I mean, grass color's off, but we do have nice skies and looks like decent water. Not a bad planet. Drop in. I would leave base computer. It has some potential. Agreed. Gertz. I might have to leave that one. Ooh, what's that over there? All right, let's head back to our R&D. I'm having no luck. I think later tonight I'm going to hang out in the music room and just search. If I don't get distracted by building. Oh wait, we had one more paradise. Or tropical. What's that? Behind this one? Ah, there it is. Yeah, I need food. I need some food. Food and steam. Very shallow water planet. Those are interesting because I have a base I just dropped a base computer, right? Yeah. Alright. We don't need to put one here, but this one is nice too. Well, you're freaky looking. Oh, C-class. I never find those. Alright. Let's get off this rock and head to another one. Alright, we're going to head back to our base, and then I think we're going to call it a day. We may come back tonight. Who knows? See what happens. See the energy level later. Been kind of a mellow Sunday today, but I understand why. Sure, it's no one's Father's Day wish to be like, leave me alone so I can watch APG do nothing. And build. What do you want for Father's Day? Oh, I just want to watch YouTube. Shoot, where am I? But yeah, I got some work to do. I have some exploring to get done. I think this planet was supposed to be. But it's like, I know it exists. I just have to find it. It may take some time. This is experiment number 1 over here. This was kaleidoscope stuff. I wish we could just use freighter parts. I really do. You know, and freely place them. It would allow us to shrink things down a little bit. You know, snap things and place them, you know, without having to do a bazillion things. And they work so well with these new parts. You know, these newer parts are, I mean, this should be dark, but not that dark. Is that spelled in? Emerald? Does that look right to you? Or am I tripping? Alright. I need to eat food before I pass out here. Yeah, I want to see that Alien Earth. What is that on? It's going to be in. I don't have probably whatever streaming service it needs. It's on like FX or something like that, right? Or I forget. Alright, down. Around. Other building. Other landing pad. Down through here. New area. Which we'll deal with. Down to here. This area. Figure out what we're doing with it. Right now it doesn't really matter. We can probably even expand this building a little bit if we wanted to. But I gotta say, these new parts are pretty spiffy. Pretty spiffy, I gotta say. They're A-okay in my book. Figure that out after. I feel like we need an exit out of here. Or at least a window. Something. I'm scared, Coach. What's going on here? Base out of range. Okay. Alright. Needed to show this. This happened to me the other day. My base is out of range, which is a bunch of BS because we've been building here all day, right? So we know our base isn't out of range. But if I reload our restore point, and we go back down to the same area, which was right around here-ish, right? Hey, look at that. So every once in a while, it's like, oh, by the way, you're not near your base. So strange. But then if if you reload, it usually comes back. But yeah, I had that happen to me a few nights back. And yeah. Alright, what we're going to do is we're going to rotate that around. But not now. I'm going to do that later. But I think it is time for me to eat some food. We'll be back on tomorrow morning, usual time, 10 a.m. ET. And I might swing in tonight if I get anything interesting done or I'm bored. Or I might just hang out on Discord listening to some actual music and building. And, if you want to watch what I'm doing then, you can always do that. I hang out in the Discord in the music room and listen to some tunes. If you want to suggest something, I can always get that working. I love listening to new music and sharing music. But I'm usually building, sharing my screen, and if you have any questions, build questions, or need some help or whatever, and another hand. Sorry. Then give me a yell, and I can give you a hand. All right, y'all. Thanks again for hanging out. I do appreciate it. We are going to be back tomorrow morning. Yeah, it's been a rough morning, rough couple of weeks. My brain is fine. They said you need a break, but I gotta build, and I gotta be here with this awesome community. You're part of my sanity, what's left of it, or my insanity, or both. But anyway, I appreciate y'all. Thank you so much. Alrighty, y'all, I gotta get rolling. Until next time, this has been me, Kevin C. here at Action Pants Gaming, wishing all of you out there in the No Man's Skyverse a little bit of love, peace, and Starship Grease. Get those action pants on, get out there, start building some wild and wacky stuff. Alright, y'all, keep that notification bell. It'll tell you when I'm rung. It'll tell you when I'm back on again. Alright, take care, y'all. Bye, everybody.
Action Pants Gaming. Chill vibes tonight. Chill vibes tonight. Laid back life. Laid back. No stress, no fight. No stress, no fight. Throwing parts together. Throwing parts. Crafting all night. Get ready to build. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right. Chill vibes tonight. Chill vibes tonight. Laid back life. No stress, no fight. No stress, no fight. Throwing pots together. Crafting all night. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna